Hello, everyone. This is not what I was planning on doing today, but here we are. Yeah, we're live. Okay, cool. Hi. I need to do some writing, and I thought this might be a good idea to do it along with you guys. Because frankly, you keep me accountable a lot of the time. Yeah, it's just going to be a chill kind of writing stream. Hi, it's so nice to see some familiar names. I see Katerina, I see Jana. I think Vanessa's here. Hello. Wow, Mo, I just found my channel yesterday. That's so cool. And Michaela's here. Hello. I love seeing familiar names. Okay, chill writing stream. I'm going to try to not immediately go into like live stream mode where I start to talk really fast and feel like I have to fill the space and stuff. So if you have been on any of my Patreon only live streams, you'll know that I don't have the tech sorted out to play like background music in these. But I encourage you to choose your own background music or noise, because that's what I'm going to be doing. I just have another tab open and I'm going to be listening to some stuff as the earphones. Something that's been really fun recently has been like giving like an ambience or a music of the stream so that we can all listen to the same thing if you want to join in on that. And so I am going to be listening to my specific, I have picked like a specific ambience video on YouTube, which is for this specific project that I'm working on, this specific book. But I'm going to set this as the ambience of the stream if you want to put that on in the background. This is like a cute tea room ambience. So feel free to open that in another tab and just have it in the background. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so today I need to do some fucking prep because I just decided mere days ago that I'm going to do Nanowrimo this year. And I mean, it's a project that I've already started a little bit. But also, how cute is this little like wallet thing that I found? This is what I'm going to be using. I mean, so optimistic. This is what I want to use to take my writing stuff out with me so I can fit like my documents and my journal and stuff in it. I just think it's so cute. I hope I'll get an opportunity to use it at some point. Who knows at this stage? So I'm just going to get my journal out. Laura says, is it bad that I'm waiting to hear the smoke alarm? You will not hear the smoke alarm. I think I've said this a few times in a few different places now, but because people kept asking me about it and being like, why haven't you changed the batteries? And I was like, I can't because my landlord has to do it. And also they changed the batteries 3 times over the course of a couple of months and it kept just doing it again. So that in the end, they had to just replace the entire alarm. But it's fixed now. It's fine. I think, so like I have also been using this one specific candle for this writing project. And now the second I take the lid off of it, I'm like, oh, it's like, it's starting to, the connection is with that smell. And this project is definitely starting to take hold, which is cool. Just gonna light this. It's kind of awkward to be able to have this like in view for you guys, because you know I like a candle aesthetic, but I don't know if that's practical. We'll see. Okay. Oh, let me get my ambience on the go. And it does not need to be that loud. Cool. Okay. So what do I need to do? Yes, the last thing that I was doing was an analysis thing. And now I want to sort out this plot embryo. Okay. Starting a new session log in my writing journal. What is the fucking date today? Tuesday the 27th. You guys can see this, I guess, if you want. Okay. Okay. So to start with, I think I'm just going to take stock a little bit of where I'm at, refresh, then start to get into things. Because I'm yawning. I've just got like the last dregs of my coffee, which has been watered down and stuff. So I may get more snacks or drinks and stuff while we stream. Okay, what the fuck was I doing? Okay. I think I'm actually, my current workbook, I think, is just about done. It is done. Oh shit. Cool. I get to start a new one. And then figure out if there's anything else I need to keep from this one. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely stuff I need to transfer over from this. Wacky saying, am I the only one missing the fire alarm bleeping? It felt like your flat was communicating with us, which went well with your D&D story. That was funny. I don't miss it. Like, if you watch my videos from then, you can see me flinch every time it starts, and I'd have to like restart what I was saying over and over. Okay, yeah, my current workbook, which is where I do my brainstorming and stuff, is done. So I'm going to just grab another one. I've got some spares. Okay. Goodbye to old workbook. Hello to new workbook. I'm going to have to get up again in a second because I need a new plot embryo, but that's fine. Cool. Yeah, Sensei's still working on my mental inventory from the last stream. I hope that it goes well and that you feel better afterwards. That was a patron only live stream for those of you who aren't familiar that we did. Why have I started this sentence? Because I can never remember days. Sunday? It was Sunday, yeah. Okay. Yes, someone's asking about the notebooks, and Laura Gomez is correct. I just get them from a local art shop. This place is called Cass Art. This one in particular is an Eco Sea White sketchbook, but I'm not precious about it being this particular one. Like, as long as it's like a soft back blank, then I'll get different brands and stuff. It doesn't really bother me. Okay. Right. Let's fucking do some stuff. Has the caffeine entered my bloodstream yet? I don't know. It certainly doesn't feel like it right now. I'm gonna just take my brain out and just like put it in a little bath of coffee, wake it back up, and then put it back. Okay, what am I doing? Focus, Rachel, focus. I need a new plot embryo. And do I want to use one of these ones, or do I want to use one of the new printables? Probably. I know I printed some of them. Where are they? Okay, blank plot embryo, 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, here goes. So, fuck it, let's do stamps just to be cute about it. Where are my stamps? The ones that you just took out. Yes, correct. Oh, almost did the wrong letter there. Caught myself just in time. That was messy. You don't need a pen at this stage, Rachel. Okay, I think I'm dancing around this and puttering about because I don't really know where to start. um, I'm basically doing a new version of my existing plot embryo for the story because I realized thematically it was going in a different direction than I wanted. Um, and I also did a plot embryo analysis of a story that I want to draw inspiration from. And I'm trying to figure out where to start in terms of combining those things. But I think what I'll do is just sketch out the current version in pencil and then probably get into brainstorming theme. Just any kind of pencil marks on the page are good at this point. Come there. Okay. Why? For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, what a mess I'm making of this. I just want to be able to see them together. There we go. What a palaver. Okay. Okay. having made a little start on this, let me just check in with you guys again. Okay, 2 little bits of housekeeping. First of all, thank you very much to Sin for moderating the stream. I don't know how long this is going to run, and just as long as I can be bothered, really. But Sin does have to go eventually. So please let me know if anyone else wants to volunteer to moderate as well. You probably don't have to do anything. It's just that I've done like one public live stream before, and there were some trolls that jumped on. So it would just be handling that and removing anyone that was being a dick. So like, let me know if you want to volunteer to be a mod. And I think the other thing I want to ask you guys is, how would you prefer we do this writing session? Because I know generally when I do these, I tend to do it in sprints. And then on the breaks, we're just kind of chatting and in the chat and stuff. And I'll use like a timer. Obviously, so far, this has just been kind of free form, and I've been just chatting away and then diving into work and stuff. Which do you guys prefer? Do you prefer the free form thing, just kind of like tuning in and out, or would you rather do specific sprints, I think? Missy saying, yeah, the recording of this will stay up, so you can watch it again for sure. Don't have any plans to like make it private or anything like that. Cool. Okay. Okay, I think we'll, I know it's very mixed, it is. I think, what do I want to do here? You make a good point, Sin. Sprints aren't that chill. I guess I'm just trying to figure out as well if I feel like I maybe focus better doing a sprint than when I'm potentially checking back with the chat and stuff and kind of distracting myself. But I also kind of like the chillness of that. Let's continue with freeform for a bit, and maybe we'll do some sprints at some point. We'll see. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, let's stick with freeform for now. If you are trying to work along with this and you're finding that me like interrupting you in the middle of things is distracting, then of course know that you can just like mute me or whatever if you need to focus for a little bit and then jump back in whenever. But yes. Okay. Can't stop yawning, I swear to God. It feels like so long since I've done anything on this project. Just like looking at my character sheet. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I remember this. Okay. Oh, you're making me want tea as well. One thing, okay, so like I said, I decided very last minute that I'm going to do Nanowrimo this year, which to be honest is probably how I should do it given how my brain works. But so I'm very unprepared in a lot of ways. However, one way in which I am very prepared is that I have like so many different hot drinks at my disposal right now, you guys. I mean, I always have coffee, although I just finished my current bag of coffee. And so the one that I have left is actually really old now. It's like a few months old. and it's like a Brazilian coffee, which I'm not. It's just not my favorite. They tend to not be fruity enough for me. And I was like, okay, I guess if that's all I have, then that's what I'll have. But it's actually turned out pretty well. I think because this is such fucking nerdy coffee chat. I think because Brazilian coffee tends to be kind of nuttier and less fruity, and to me it tastes a little bit like dusty. Anyway, I feel like it's changed less, even though it's kind of stale now. So I don't really notice that much of a difference, which is kind of nice. This is like this is again. It's like that bit in Gilmore Girls where they're talking about how it's better to get bad burgers to take into the cinema with you because they start out bad, and so when they get cold, they just stay the same. Whereas if you get good burgers, they're good when they're hot, then by the time they get cold, then they get worse. So it's like a relativism thing. That's how I feel about Brazilian coffee, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that. So I always have coffee, but I do have lots of kinds of tea as well. But I recently got myself this really cute like infuser mug from T2, where like it has like an infuser basket that fits in the mug and a little lid, so it's super easy to do loose leaf tea. But I also got myself some fun extra things. I've got like a chai mix now for like chai latte rather than like chai tea, and that's nice. And I got myself some matcha, which if you joined us for the Sunday stream, you'll know I spoke about it already because I only found out after I bought it that it was £30 for a tin of matcha. It better be fucking good. So I feel like very prepared in the hot drinks side of things, at least for Nano. Everything else is a bit up in the air. We'll see. But yes, you just reminded me that I think I'm done with this now, and I would like something hot and sweet. I think milky tea-esque, maybe chai. I don't know. Michaela says this is a Gilmore Girls philosophy that I adhere to. It seems to apply to Brazilian coffee. Just saying. Just saying. I need to get new. No, okay, I don't have my phone on me. I haven't added. I need to add buy more coffee to my list because this is dire straits. Why? I haven't even started my daily log. That's why. It is the 27th. See how quickly I forget the date it is, even though I just wrote it 20 minutes ago. Where am I going to go and get my coffee? The last 3 or 4 bags I got from Dear Green, and I think I want to change it up. I think I might go to, there's this place called Space Coffee, and they stock like a couple of different roasters. Maybe I'll cycle up there at some point and get some new stuff. Doreen says, I'm pregnant, so I can only have 1 coffee a day. I have anxiety, so I can only have 1 coffee a day. So I think 1 coffee a day can be very enjoyable if you, like, I actually have half a coffee a day. Like, I make a half cup when I make my filter coffee in the morning. So it's like a half dose. It's like 8 grams of ground coffee and 125 grams of water. And it's really small, but I feel like being limited in am I going on my coffee soapbox? Maybe. I feel like being limited in how much coffee you can drink actually can make it more enjoyable, because I make sure that 1 coffee, that 1 caffeinated coffee I have in the day is fucking good. And if it's not good, I don't have it. And I really appreciate it because I don't have a lot of it. I feel like people who, go to Starbucks several times a day and drink like large coffees constantly throughout the day are just kind of doing on autopilot and probably don't even taste it most of the time. Whereas I like that I have a small amount of coffee, but I feel like I appreciate it. I make the effort to appreciate it more. So Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, everyone's losing their shit over £30 for matcha. I know. I mean, it's a fancy tea place, so their stuff is expensive, and it's like a very cute little tin that's definitely going to be reusable. Um, it's beautiful. It's black and matte and everything, but and I'm sure it'll last me a long time because you only use like 1.5 grams of matcha. It's tiny, but still, I was like, Jesus Christ, that's why there wasn't a price on it then. Um, yeah. Yeah, sort of saying I have one proper coffee in the morning, then I drink decaf for the rest of the day. Um, that's what I do as well. That one good coffee in the morning, and then the rest of the day I just have like decaf tea or decaf coffee in whatever form that is, um, or just like other hot drinks that aren't tea and coffee. Um, Michaela, I do think there's some pretty decent decaf tea. I don't think all of them are good, but like I drink decaf tea all the time and I really don't notice much of a difference. Um, yeah. Since he's I never learned how to drink coffee, maybe I should. Um, I think there's many people that have never gotten into coffee or never liked coffee just because like 99% of coffee is terrible. I'm sorry, it's true. Um, Most of the time when people, I feel like there are, I mean, I think there are genuinely people who have tried good coffee and are just like, no, it's just not for me. It's just not my bag. That's fine. But I think a lot of people who are like, I don't like coffee. I've tried it and I don't like it, or it's it's too bitter and stuff. Is like it's because it's bad coffee because most coffee is bad. And a lot of people don't even know that if you make it well and if you have like a light roast and stuff, it doesn't have to be bitter at all. It can be really sweet and nice. Um, I'm really over. This is such fucking coffee chat. I'm sorry. I having done like palate tests and stuff when I was a barista and comparing it to like my colleagues. I actually we did these like taste tests for like the five different flavors, which are oh god, why am I forcing myself to remember this? Sweet, bitter, sour, salty, and umami. And we did these solution tests to see like because everyone's palate is different. And so there were some people that were like, I really like the sour one, or I really don't like that one, or I find it really difficult to actually identify the sweet one. And what I found was that I fucking hate bitterness. Like a small amount of bitterness that didn't really bother anyone else. I was like, tastes like paracetamol. It makes me want to die. And so I have a very low threshold for bitterness in coffee, which is why I don't bother with the bad stuff for the most part. Um, there's a coffee ramble for you. Um, and also another, yeah, you can't remove me from my coffee soapbox. A lot of the time when people have bad coffee, um, again, which is most coffee, and it's too bitter, people try and compensate by putting sugar in it. And the thing is that like if there's only a little bit of bitterness, then sugar will kind of mask it and it'll be fine. But it doesn't fix. It's just like putting sugar over the top of it doesn't remove the bitterness. It's just kind of like trying to drown it out with sweetness. Um, and so ultimately, that's still never going to be as enjoyable as like a cup of coffee, which wasn't burnt in the first place because it has like a natural sweetness. And so you don't need the sugar to like hide it, if that makes sense. Um, anyway, Kath says, what light roast / low bitterness coffee would you recommend? It's kind of one of those things that you kind of just need to know where the good places are and the good roasters are in your area. I mean, obviously you can order coffee from anywhere in the world. So like, one second. So take, for instance, Dear Green Coffee Roasters. This is not sponsored, but I did used to work for them as a barista and then as a social media manager and stuff. They're a Glasgow-based coffee roaster. They basically brought coffee, like specialty coffee, to Scotland, which is wild. And now it's a whole industry and stuff here, hopefully, post-COVID. Good coffee, you'll hear it referred to as specialty coffee or speciality coffee, depending on how they spell it. But it can be a little bit of an issue just trying to identify those places and stuff. I would say, so like I know most of the, if not all of the like specialty coffee places in Glasgow and a lot of the roasters and stuff around here. And even in the UK and stuff, like I tend to just like know the names and stuff because I've been in the industry, as it were. I don't know if like Googling specialty coffee and then your area would work. I would say, what's a good place to start? I mean, Dear Green delivers all over the world. So of course you can order from places that I could actually recommend to you in the UK, but obviously the ideal is getting from somewhere local. Basically, like usually your kind of hipster, wanky looking coffee shops will tend to be doing stuff that's better, but there are some fake ones. You'll get places that like have the exposed brick and the industrial pipes and bearded baristas and stuff, but then it's all kind of an aesthetic and their coffee isn't actually any good. In terms of identifying like coffee shops, if they do latte art really well, that's a good sign that they've at least got like a basic knowledge with coffee. But again, you can get places that do good latte art and still have no idea what they're doing with espresso. There's kind of those two sides to it. And latte art being kind of like flashy and Instagram friendly and stuff, like people tend to focus more on that than good espresso. So where does that leave you? I don't know. Here's some coffee roasters I know of that are good in various places. Dear Green in Glasgow and in Scotland, Good Coffee Cartel. Down in, I mean, there's tons more down in England and London and stuff. Has Been, HASBAN is great. And I think in the US, there's like, I think the only one that I know of because it's famous for being good is Steampunk. Yeah, but if you are, again, it's kind of an annoying industry to like get information about if you're not kind of working in it. I really like James Hoffman on YouTube. His whole channel is all about specialty coffee, and a lot of it, if you're not like going to be a total coffee nerd, you're going to be like, I don't need to see you do the science experiment about how swirling affects the espresso. But there's probably good like recommendation stuff in there as well, and just kind of getting to know what kind of roasters might be good in your area. Basically, when in doubt though, like the lighter, there is such a thing as too light a roast, but basically anywhere that focuses basically entirely on light roasts is a lot more likely to be like specialty coffee, because most coffee is, anything that's like medium or dark roast is too roasted for me, because it actually burns out all the natural flavors of it. Anyway, we've had a good coffee chat now, but we're meant to be writing, so I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah. What's a good like test actually to go in? Yeah, because a good way to discover roasters in your area is to find them through which specialty coffee shops they might supply. So that's how I find a lot of roasters, is like I go into a coffee shop that I know is good and does good coffee. And then I'm like, okay, well, what are you guys using, or what are you guys selling and stuff? Um, I think like a test is if you go into a coffee shop and ask like what coffee they use, like what bean, like where do you get your beans, or like what roaster do you use? If the barista can't tell you that, then that's bad, because they should know what they're using and where it's coming from and why they're using that. Um, yeah, it's a weird one. Okay, that's yeah. We're done that we're done with the coffee chat. But I mean, I could speak about it forever. Um, yeah. Uh, I love tea, but I don't have the same kind of chat around it. Because I mean, well, as a barista, you make a lot of tea as well, but coffee was definitely my thing. So I don't have the same kind of science knowledge about tea. Yeah, we do end up doing a lot of tea chat on the usual streams. Um, okay, right. I was going to get some tea. That's how that started. Okay, I'm going to go and get some tea, and then we're going to do some more stuff. Um, so feel free to also go and grab something for yourself, or just use this nice quiet time to actually get some work done before I come and start distracting you again. Okay. I swear to God, this is the very last thing about coffee, but I just remembered as well. If you see a place that has multiple different types of beans, so they're listing like where the beans are from. So if they're like, it's a Brazilian, it's a Colombian, it's a Ethiopian or whatever, usually a good sign that it's a specialty place. If they also list taste notes, so they're like, this one is like brown sugar and stewed apple or whatever it is, and they list those for different coffees, another good sign that it's a specialty place. Although some places still do. I mean, Costa does sometimes claim to have taste notes, and you're like, are you fuck? Costa, are you fuck? But yeah, okay, that's the last coffee thing, I promise. Okay. Gonna do some fucking writing now. I have gone for Russian caravan tea, which I've put a sugar in it, so you probably can't tell any difference from normal tea. Okay. Yogi Choco, so good. The yogi teas are great. I like the spicy one as well. What's it called? No, don't remember. Classic? Is it Yogi Classic? I don't know. They're real good though. Choco chili is also good. Steve's saying Rachel doesn't have the usual Scottish accent. I don't know what the usual Scottish accent is, because Scotland's so old, baby, that we have lots of different dialects depending on where you're from. I'm from northern Scotland, so my accent is different from Glasgow, where I live. But yes, I tend to think that I just have a generic Scottish accent. It's just kind of very non-specific, unless I'm seeing my family, and then I lapse into more Aberdeen stuff. Anyway, let's not get into accents and stuff. But yes, Northern Scottish, Aberdeen specifically. Okay, let's do some work. I'm going to say categorically, I do not sound English. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, north and south in Scotland sound really different, and then east and west coast and stuff sound really different. When I first moved down to Glasgow, I was living in halls with 4 people who were all from Oban, which is a small town on the west coast, and I'm from the southwest coast, and I'm from northeast coast. And we would constantly come across words that like basically meant the same thing in Scottish dialect, but we use different words for them. And they would just take the piss out of the way I spoke things different from them. Kind of lovingly, but kind of I remember being like, oh, this is the first time I've been surrounded by people that don't speak like me. It's funny. That's way too loud. Let's go back. Sorry, my ambience just ran out or finished. Could you just go back to the start, please? Thank you. But yeah, where I come from, there's an entire dialect. Like it's like basically like another language that has a lot of words that don't even sound anything like English. But, and so my family, a lot of my family speak that. My grandparents spoke Doric as the dialect exclusively, but my mum was then like a switcher where she would speak like proper English and then Doric. And she told me apparently that she specifically didn't speak Doric to me and my siblings when we were kids, because she wanted us to not have that accent so that we would speak like more proper English. Anyway. Sarah says, hi, I'm Sarah. I'm new to the channel. No clue what's going on. We're having a writing session, but we're getting really off topic in terms of just chatting about coffee and then Scottish accents. Yeah, Edinburgh accents are a totally different thing. Glasgow accents are really strong. And so the kind of, yeah, the dialect down here, people can't necessarily, there's some people that speak so Glasgow that I can barely understand them. But then everyone down here in Glasgow thinks that what my parents speak and my grandparents speak is completely unintelligible. That's where that, this is the last thing I'm going to say on accents, and then I'm going to do some work, I promise. So like in Brave, for instance, if you've seen that, there's this like running joke of, I think it's like the blonde, there's the 3 different clans, and one of the clans is from the north, and the blonde guy speaks Doric, and it's this running joke of like no one else can understand what he's saying. And I remember seeing that and being like, he's not even speaking good fucking Doric. Like I should be like, that's just, it's kind of just gibberish. And so it's like a joke that even in our own country, some of us can't even understand each other because dialect's such a thing. I'm going to get back to writing, I swear to freaking God. But Shreya's asking, what do you do for a living apart from running the Story Magic Academy? Just curious. The Story Magic Academy is my full-time job, baby. Yeah, that's it. That's what I do to make my living. And then Patreon helps a little bit of that as well. But that's basically it. Yeah, apparently the thing that gives me away as being from Aberdeen or somewhere other than Glasgow when I speak to other Glasgow people is the I sound. So when I say the word tired, that sounds weird to them, because down here they kind of elongate it. To me, it sounds like they're saying like tired. There's almost like an A in there somewhere. And so, yeah, there's like specific words where people are like, that doesn't sound very Glasgow. But I think for the most part as well, I do just sound generically Scottish a lot of the time. Oh, don't let me get on my soapbox again. Steve says they destroy the Queen's English with a smiley face, which I assume is meant to be a joke. But like, Scotland was forced to speak English. We didn't originally speak English. We spoke Gaelic, and it was forced on us. So, yeah. You guys just keep asking interesting questions, and it's easier to talk than it is to write. Deslash says, I think I joined a bit late. What does that dialect sound like? Okay, here's a really, I mean, it's an entire dialect, so like it's its own language. There's lots of different words. But here's an example. In Aberdeen, or in Doric, instead of saying like, so you would say fit like, or fit, if you're very Aberdeen, you'd say fit likey. And that means, how's it going? Like fit means what? It's like an F instead of a WH. So you say fits all this then, as in like, what's all this then? What's going on? And that's like a standard kind of greeting, fit like. Again, it sounds kind of weird when I say it because I understand all of it, but I don't actually tend to speak it. So I think it sounds a little bit unnatural when I say it, but that is the language of my roots. Whereas down in Glasgow, the dialect is whit, like WHIT instead of FIT. So they'd say whit like. Yeah. What's your best way of breaking procrastination and just do it? Struggle with that all the time. I don't have grand answers for you, I'm afraid. I just try a lot, and a lot of the time I don't succeed. Yeah. Okay. Let's do some fucking writing. I'm going to actually close the chat while I do a little bit of writing. If you guys want to talk amongst yourselves, feel free, but I'm just going to get distracted if I don't. So when I've done a little bit of a stint, I'm going to open it back up again and check in with you guys. How do I do that? Can I do that? Pop out chat? No, that doesn't. Oh, yes. Okay. Cool. Theme. Time to brainstorm theme. I think as well as ambience, I actually also want background music. We're doing a whole mixer thing here. What mix do I want? I have some like Halloween lo-fi. Okay. Might be snack time soon. Now we're getting somewhere. Have I nailed it? I might have nailed it. Okay, I think I might have my theme. I'm going to plug it in and see how that goes. But I may end up tweaking the wording a little bit more at some point. Hmm. Okay, gonna nip to the bathroom and then I'm gonna come back and check in with you guys again. See how we're doing. I think it's big scarf time also. What are you? Which way are you? What's happening? It's a little bit chilly. Hello. I'm back for a little bit of chat. Tickly nose. Jackie says we'd love a notification next time so I can sprint along. I sent out a post to my patrons and I sent out an email, but otherwise you just need to make sure you've clicked the bell to subscribe to notifications. For me on YouTube, I think that's the only way to really be notified. Is it? Yeah, I think so. I am planning on probably, if I am going ahead with Nanowrimo as I expect to, I probably will do more streams like this. So yeah. Bailey is responding to a coffee chat from earlier and saying, "You're like the guy from Mulholland Drive who's so picky about espresso that he takes one sip and spits it out if it displeases him." I won't spit it out. I will take one sip, and if it displeases me enough, I just will not drink the rest of it. I will give it to someone else or I'll throw it in the bin. I'm just catching up on what you guys have been talking about while I was actually working. Anna says, "Do you always write with background music?" Pretty much. not necessarily music, but definitely some kind of ambience or something. Yeah, like I can't really. It's very rare that I listen to like my normal music that I would just listen to anyway, like with lyrics and like band stuff, I guess. Um, when I'm working, it's either like an ASMR kind of ambience mix, or lo-fi background music, or like one of those like background jazz things, and often a combination of the two, where I like turn the music down low so you can only just hear it like underneath the ambience. That's what I tend to do, but I can't have anything with lyrics and stuff when I'm writing specifically. It's just too distracting. Michaela just passed 11,000 words in my first draft. In my first draft, yay writing sessions. That's amazing. Well done. Um, I've done so little of this draft, but I'm really glad that I have taken the time to. I don't know. I feel like whenever I decide to change something like this, or I decide to like update a plot embryo, I feel like I have to justify it. Like I need to. I feel like what I worry about is like that it's like just a form of procrastination or not committing to things. And so whenever I can like reiterate to myself like, no, this was the right decision, I'm getting this project back on track, that's good to me. Yeah. Amanda's here. Hello. What? Ava saying, unfortunately not able to click the bell because for some reason your content is listed as for kids. Every single thing that I upload or stream, I mark it specifically as not for kids. So that's bizarre. I don't know. Oh, quick question, guys. Would someone be able to, either if someone knows, or would someone be able to just Google for me? Because I'm lazy. Is there like a cap on streaming? I feel like I've seen like a 2 hour cap somewhere, but then I also know that some people just stream constantly on YouTube. So, could someone just double check that for me, please, just so that we know we're not necessarily going to get just cut off. Um, Wacky asked, have you gone back to North of the End since you decided to leave it? Nope, not at all. I put it all away in a box, and put it away in that cupboard, and I've not touched it since. Yeah. Here's some esoteric witchy chat for you, though. The only thing that has like the only like piece of North of the End which has still been present at all in my life has been that one of the characters now sometimes just comes to me. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I feel like there's one of the characters that I still have like a present relationship with, even though I'm not writing a story with her in it anymore. And if you know my channel already, or you've watched my witchy videos and stuff, you'll know that like I kind of work with archetypes and characters and stuff as if they were spirits. And so now I feel like that's the kind, instead of it being like I'm writing this person, it's now like we just have a vibe sometimes. And now it's a different kind of relationship. But yeah, that's been interesting. I think it makes sense because she is actually a kind of spirit in the book as well, and clearly kind of encapsulates something that resonated quite deep. She was my favorite character essentially, but yeah, so that's been weird. She kind of stuck around. I think, oh, how much do I want to tell you guys? I don't know. I don't. Vanessa says it sounds like she wants you to do something with her. It doesn't feel like that she wants me to do any more writing with her. It's just that, I mean, I think it helps. So like North of the End was set in Glasgow, and how do I phrase this? Maybe it doesn't matter if you guys know, because it's not, nothing's going to happen with that. She's a fictional spirit of a specific location in Glasgow, and so now I associate her with that location, and sometimes when I'm in and around there, she just kind of pops into my head, or feels like she's kind of just with me, but in a kind of just like a friend hanging out and sometimes giving a bit of advice kind of way. It's interesting. Okay, cool. Thank you for questions on streams. 12 hours, and then you won't be able to see like the recording after that. Okay. And if you want to be able to edit, then it needs to be below 3 hours. Okay, that's cool. At least we're not going to get cut off then. Amanda says, I just got the chills. Ooh. Yeah, it's very... I haven't thought about that at all, actually, but it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I kind of love it, though. I don't know. It makes sense. I think it makes sense that she was just so intensely my favorite character that like that was one of the main things that made me sad, or that I was disappointed that like I wouldn't get to finish North of the End, because I was like, she's so great though, and now other people won't get to meet her, at least in that context. Yeah. But she's still around. I've not done anything like kind of formal in terms of like working with her, I guess. Like it's not been something I've been doing at my altar or anything, but like I said, she just kind of sometimes, this sounds so fucking cheesy and witchy, you guys, but sometimes I just feel her presence. Yeah. Okay. How are we all doing? Are we getting any writing done? Or are you guys just kind of hanging out? I feel like I've got my theme. And that's maybe, yeah, I kind of have a little sub thing. So now I need to start figuring out how that is going to, the ripple effect that's going to have on the rest of this plot. Here. Writing wants to get done. Cool. Okay. Where's my background music gone? Can't really hear it anymore. I'm listening to this one for the first time, so I can't like vouch if it's any good, but if you want some background music, here's what I'm listening to. It's like Halloween themed lo-fi. If you want to have that in another tab, feel free. Cool. Okay, some of you are working, some of you are just kind of hanging out. That's fine. Yeah, okay. When's it going to be snack time? That's the question. What do I even have in terms of snacks? What's its a stale, probably stale cherry bakewell, some biscuits. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm actually feeling a little bit of resistance to coming back to this because it's very easy to just sit and chat with you guys. So I think we are going to do a sprint, or I'm going to do a sprint, and you can join me if you like. So how long? I'm going to say 20 minutes. Yeah, I think I do need like a decent chunk to actually start to get into the meat of this. Yeah, okay. This like fluffy bit of hair is driving me mental. Okay. Where's my timer? That's 15. I wish you could change the volume on this guy. There's no need to be so loud. Okay, yeah, I'm going to start a 20-minute sprint now. Feel free to join me. It doesn't really matter what you're working on. Whatever you need to work on, you can do in this sprint. I'm going to be trying to flesh out this plot embryo. So I'm going to, you know what, instead of removing the chat, I'm just going to switch across to my ambience. Yep. And we're going to do 20 minutes starting now. Oh, okay. 5 minutes left, guys. Okay, that's our time. I'm going to give you guys a minute to wrap up while I go to the toilet again, because that's what happens when you drink a lot of tea. Smells good in here. Oh, hello, folks. How did we get on? Did you sprint with me? Irene is asking me, when you're writing on the extra piece of paper, not on your embryo template, what are you writing? Is it ideas or are you working out the timeline of the story? This is what I call my workbook. It's just a blank sketchbook where I do all my brainstorming. So when I'm not writing on the plot embryo itself, what I'm doing is brainstorming a piece of the plot embryo so that I can then add it in. Because this bad boy is too complex to just do everything off the top of your head. So what I'm doing right now is brainstorming plot point 1, so her backstory. And then once I get to something that I like, then I will transfer that in. Yeah. Cool. Savannah wrote 250 words. Great. Michael got 685. I do have heating. I just can't be bothered to. I think it's actually on a timer to probably come on any minute now, so I just can't be bothered getting up to sort it out. I also like. I kind of. I don't know. I went through this phase where I really liked in the winter working with the window open, so it was freezing, but then having myself like all bundled up, and wearing like cozy socks and a scarf and jumper and everything. It's kind of nice. What is going on here? Yeah, I'm getting there, I think. Slowly but surely. Ooh. It's definitely snack time soon. Do, 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 do. I see you guys were just talking a lot about potatoes while we were sprinting. That's interesting. Oh, very sweet message from Patrick, saying, just popping in to say how much I love your videos. They're so inspiring. I have a degree in English and I write for a living, and I've learned so much from you. I'm so glad to hear that. That's I put a lot of work into them, so it's always nice to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, I see that some people are talking about the plot embryo template. Hold on, I still have this music up like at sprinting volume, and that's way too loud. I can barely hear myself. Um, yeah, so if you are a bit more new to me and my channel, my work and stuff, this is a plot embryo template. This printable, the plot embryo is the technique itself, and this is a printable template that I use for that. This is one that I made and that I sell in my shop on my website at rachelstephen.com. It's a so it's a printable template that you can print out over and over and use over and over again. And I use them all the freaking time. This actually, some of you will know that this actually got like a bit of an update, a bit of an upgrade recently. I recently redesigned it. And it's a fucking dick to make, I'll say. Like, it. What did I make the first one in? Like a combination of Canva and Pages. And then this was, I don't even remember what program I made it in, but it's actually like, it seems like it should be super simple, but it's actually really finicky. But yeah, I like this version a lot better. It's kind of clean and simple, and I changed the sizes of some of the sections just a little bit to make it a bit easier to use. So yes, that's on my website. It's called the Plot Embryo Printable. You can find it there. Okay. I think I need some food. So, how's best to do that? I think this is the longest stream I've ever done so far. But honestly, it is actually helping me get some things done. So, yes, I need food. Okay, I'm gonna go and have a look at what's in my fridge and get some food. Feel free to go grab a snack yourself, or keep working. And I think I'm just gonna come back and chat a little bit while I eat. I don't think it makes sense to try and work and eat at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Back in a moment then with some kind of food. Might be Wotsits. I don't know. I feel like I've only got foods that are loud and crunchy for eating on stream, which is not ideal, but whatever. Just waiting on my bread to toast. I'm deciding to just have lunch because I'm going to need real food and I don't have very good snacks at the moment. So yeah, because what time is it? Yeah, it's like, this would be my lunch break right now anyway. Yeah, backstory. I think the thing that always happens when brainstorming backstory or plot point one is you end up coming up with like these really broad experiences that are like lots of different little things or like just large things instead of what I think is ideal, which is to distill it down to like one key event or a couple of key events. But I think I'm maybe going to pick like 3 and try and focus those down. Yeah, we'll see. I think that's my toast. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to munch on my lunch. So let's chat, I guess. Is there anything you want to know? What do you want to talk about? I'll take a little bit of a break and just crunch. I have toast, a slice of toast with hummus and olives, and a chicken drumstick. Happy lunch to me. Mm. Come on. I think we'll do it without the earphones, mate, while I'm crunching. Amazing. So Michaela's had no way, but got in 1,300 words. That's so great. It's a lot better than me. I feel like I've not made that much progress. You know what? No, I nailed my theme. It's fine. It's fine. Congratulations. And I hope to see you again soon. Good question. there's no way that I'm doing this without talking and eating at the same time. So Sheila says, can the plot embryo be modified for a non-fiction work? The plot embryo is story structure. So non-fiction a lot of the time has story as well, and needs to have story structure. It depends what kind of non-fiction it is. If it's like memoir or anything else like that that's not just like an educational material, you can absolutely use a plot embryo for that. I've never really done that or done much of that, so I don't have a lot of experience to share or like tips or anything, but like anything which includes story structure, you probably can use the plot embryo. My like closest bit of experience with that is I think if you're doing something like memoir where you're trying to tell a true story or stuff that really happened, it's kind of just like a lens or a tool to interpret that, and there will be some experiences that you have which fit that structure perfectly, and there's probably going to be a lot of stuff as well that doesn't necessarily. But I think trying to put real experiences into the format of a plot embryo probably shows you a lot of interesting things. I did this speaking event called, I guess I did a talk called Uncovering Life's Plot. And it was for Creative Mornings, Edinburgh. And it was about the plot embryo and how it's helped me in real life. And in that talk, I told the story of how I got my dog, Elfie, everything that we went through together. And it's a plot embryo. It's a plot embryo from my real life about me and my relationship with my dog. And part of the reason that I used that example was that it fit the plot embryo so perfectly. And it's one of the only times in my life where something has happened to me and I have, in the moment it's happened, been like, I know what plot point I'm in right now. That's wild. And so, yeah, it was a really good example for that. But that doesn't mean that everything that happens to me in my life fits well into a plot embryo, of course, because story is not the same thing as experience. Okay, that's a thesis statement, Rachel. All right, that's what we're going with. Yeah, but I think it's interesting. If you're interested in seeing that talk, it's actually up on my website now. So if you go into the video library and scroll back, you'll find a post that's called Uncovering Life's Plot, and you can watch it there. The talk was recorded and I wanted to share it actually as soon as I did it. I think I did it in like 2018, but it took absolutely ages for the Creative Mornings folks to get around to editing it and uploading it and stuff. So it's there now if you want to see it. Anyway. Before I get into the next bit of chat, Sin is very kindly moderating for us in the chat. Would anyone else like to volunteer to help out moderate? It just means keeping an eye on what people are saying, and if there's any assholes or trolls, just showing them the door. Let me know if you'd be happy to do that for a bit. Yeah. Okay, I do need to actually munch my toast now a little bit. I'm curious actually if any of you folks here, has anyone seen that talk I'm talking about? I'm covering life's plot. I did share it over email a while back. Did I? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Cool. So Steve asked, do you have a word count for each part of the plot embryo that you aim for? Surely not all parts would be the same length. No, they're not all the same length. Certain sections are a lot bigger than others. This is actually, again, something, this is my fucking catchphrase. This is something I cover in the Story Magic Academy, which is like how time and pacing. We have an entire lesson on how time and pacing works in the plot embryo and how to start to break it up into how much real estate that gets in the final story. But yeah, the short answer is no, they don't all get the same amount of time. But I am not super precious about, like I don't have specific word counts really for each thing. I kind of just try to get through the short ones as quickly as possible and then get into the meat of things. And then kind of however long it takes is however long it takes. I do usually have like a rough estimate for like how long I want the entire work to be. So for like a book, my kind of sweet spot is like 80,000 to kind of 110,000 words. So that's usually what I'm aiming for. But I don't break that up specifically by plot point. Oh my God, Sin, that's wild. Sin says, so the package I accepted contained 20 A5 softcover notebooks, and I thought I ordered 5. Oh, geez. I hope you have, if you haven't been charged for that, that's a great deal. But hopefully, yeah, I hope you get that sorted out. I'm about trying to take a sip of my tea that does not exist. Cool. So, oh wait. Vanessa says, I saw it, I found it really interesting. I should try fitting the plot embryo to some of my real life events and see how it works out. That is something that so before I created the Story Magic Academy, I used to do like one-to-one clients and help people with their plot embryos. And one person that I worked with told me about how she used, like, she would make plot embryos of like conflicts that she was having with people at work and stuff, and kind of use them to figure things out and to help work through things, which I thought was so cool. I'm really interested in plot embryos and their relationship and the potential uses and stuff for nonfiction. It's just not something I've explored too deeply beyond that one talk. So, what are you guys working on? Let me know who else is doing Nanowrimo. Every time I say something like that, I want to qualify it and be like, I'm only thinking of doing it. Like I'm afraid to commit to it, but I fucking committed to it now because you all know. Yeah, is anyone else doing Nanowrimo? Or just regardless, what are you working on? What are you writing, right? What What are you writing right now? Eva says, I'm gonna heckin' try. Love it. Janina, Jana, Christine, Rainy Grey Mornings, Foxtail Fox, cool. Lots of interesting stuff you guys are doing. Yeah, I'm provisionally aiming for 50,000 words. I'm just going to be wiping off all my lipstick. Yeah, I'm provisionally aiming for 50k, but I am going to take stock at the end of the first week and see how that is working for me, that pace, because it has been so long since I wrote a brand new draft, and it's been so long since I did Nanowrimo with a brand new draft, and stuff that, like, I feel like I have no idea how fast I draft, or how fast I want to draft. And I know that I definitely want to be more consistent than I am now, because, like, for a while I was doing okay. I was doing like half an hour of writing at the start of each workday, regardless. But life happens and things fell apart and stuff, and I just haven't got back to it. So the main thing is that I want to be consistent, and I want to write every day, and I want to build momentum and stuff. But if I'm finding that that's just too many words, like if I'm having to write crap to hit that on a daily basis, I would rather just revise my goal and work on less, than have the 50k and write crap. Not even writing crap, writing stuff that doesn't need to be in the story. Like, I don't want to write filler. If I'm writing like crap versions of the scenes that actually need to be in there, that's fine. But yeah. You guys are doing lots of interesting stuff. Someone's using it to homebrew a D&D campaign. That's cool. Irene's asking, do you have any recommendations of books that can help with research in Irish or Scottish folklore? I have two. Give me 1 second. Let me take a big bite. We're still on both of them? So, funny story. I actually borrowed this book from my ex's mother, and I have never given it back. What an asshole. This one is called Folk Tales of the British Isles. I have no idea where they got it. Apologies. This one was good. It was fine. It's a very nicely bound book and stuff, but I think this other one actually I got more out of. For those of you who don't know, the novel that I was writing before that I decided to quit drew on a lot of Scottish folklore, so I did actually have to do a fair amount of research as well. This is my favourite one, and this is probably a bit more accessible as well. It's just called The Lore of Scotland. hopefully you can see that. And as you can see, I made a lot of notes on these things. Yeah, this one's really good. It's divided up by place and stuff. Obviously, that's just Scotland, it's not Ireland, but those are my recommendations. I'm going to put these away on the floor so they're not in the way. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, someone else is saying, sorry, Wacky saying, I'm writing a series of folklore horror stories from around the UK. Think Interview with the Vampire, but about Kelpies, Celtic gods, goddesses, knockers, fairies, etc. Yeah, North of the End was kind of similar, not horror in the same way, but I had a Kelpie, I had, what else did I have? The Great Grey She one, which is like a she-wolf kind of myth and stuff, and some Celtic water deities and stuff. Yeah. Okay. I should really get some water as well. This isn't specifically about writing, but is it Danny or Danny? Danny asked, could you talk about how you transitioned from working in a cafe and writing on YouTube as a side hustle to going full-time on being a creative entrepreneur? Yeah, I'll give you the Cliff Notes. So it was a dark and stormy night in Glasgow in 2009. No, I moved from Aberdeen to Glasgow in 2009 for university. I studied philosophy at university. I worked part-time on summers during university, and that was it. Graduated into recession, and then got cafe and barista jobs after I graduated, and I was doing that full-time as far as possible and just writing in my free time, which was hell. And started doing YouTube videos kind of just for fun, and just because I wanted to share some of the things that I'd been learning through doing all the writing alone in my cave. And yeah, so it was never a plan, but I started making YouTube videos and people started saying that they liked them and that it was interesting or helpful. And so I kind of just leaned into that feedback, I guess, and kept making things. And yeah, I was working full-time in coffee for a long time, for several years. But then eventually I was looking to move away from it. So before I ended up going full-time for myself, I was very, I had a million different jobs. I was constantly juggling lots of different things. And so I would have still part-time coffee work, either at particular cafes or doing events and stuff like that. I did events for Dear Green. And then I was also starting to mix in other things with that. So I had a few months where I was funded by Creative Scotland, and that was an application process, let me tell you. To write, I did a marketing internship for 6 months. I
absolute bullshit. And I was a social media manager, like 4 hours a week for Dear Green and stuff for a good long while as well. And so all of that was just kind of coming in and out, and all these temporary gigs and stuff. We were just trying to get away from full-time coffee. And eventually I launched my Patreon, and that then meant that like I had at least like a small part-time amount of my time was paid for, and so I could then spend that on making videos and stuff. And I'd been selling, I put out my book, and it was self-published, and it kind of just sat there. And so I would occasionally sell a book, but people seemed a lot more interested in what I had to say about writing rather than actually reading my book. And so I did a bunch of different things. I sold this little ebook on writing stuff, but then eventually I found the plot embryo and everything changed, and I was using it for myself to rework my own things, and just became slightly obsessed with it. And so I started making a lot more videos on that, and people started using it as well. And then people started asking me like for help on how to use it and stuff. And I kind of like accidentally became an expert in the plot embryo just because I did so much of it. I made so many plot embryos for myself, and then I was helping other people, and then I was doing them for videos and stuff as well, like those story fix videos. And so kind of evolved naturally that I was like, okay, now apparently this is what I'm known for, the plot embryo. And so I did like one-to-one stuff for a while, where I did what I called novel navigation sessions, where people were stuck with their particular a particular part of their story, and we would do like a Zoom call, and I would just get them to talk me through what they were working on and help them brainstorm to get unstuck, basically, and help them start to put together their plot embryos, or help them fix their plot embryos or finish them and stuff. And that was all part-time and stuff. I think I officially went full-time when I got that Creative Scotland funding that was only like for a period of a couple of months. I stretched that. I got like a lump sum basically that was meant to cover, was it 3 months or something of my like living costs while I wrote, and I stretched it for like 6 months. So I was living on absolute shoestring. I was so skint, but I just really didn't want to go back to coffee again. And so I was doing novel navigation sessions there, and eventually, so I was like getting by, just scraping by full time at that point. And eventually someone pointed out to me that the plot embryo seemed to be my whole deal, and why wasn't I just making a course about that? And I was like, well, I want to do that eventually, but I don't really feel like I'm ready yet. And they were like, well, that's dumb. And I was like, you know what, that is dumb. And I realized as well that like, after working with a lot of one-to-one clients, I was basically doing the same thing with everyone. I was taking them through the same process that I had developed, but I couldn't take them through all of it because I only had like an hour or two with them. And it was really frustrating because I was like, I know I have more stuff that could help you, but it's really expensive to pay for these like one-to-one sessions. So I was like, what if I could just share the whole thing? And then I made the academy, and that's my livelihood. Okay, that was longer than I intended, but here we are. Now that's where we're at. Denny says, thank you so much for this breakdown. Yeah, to be honest, it was a struggle for several years. It's only in the last year or two that I felt like I'm actually making a decent living, and that there's no way I could have planned what the fuck my career was going to be, because like I said, I just became obsessed with something to the point where I learned a bunch about it, and then it turned out that other people wanted to know about that, or they wanted help with that. What would have happened in my life if I hadn't discovered the plot embryo? Crazy. Okay. I think I'm about done with this now. We're going to get back to writing soon. We are. Was there, did I miss a question? Folklore, side hustle. Vise or Vies asked, any good writing podcasts? I listen to sporadically a few different writing podcasts. I don't have any that are among my top podcasts ever. But this is like a self plug. The Secret Library podcast has an episode where they interviewed me recently. And that was my introduction to the podcast, and now I really like it. So the Secret Library, why did I lisp that? The Secret Library, hosted by Caroline Donahue, who coincidentally is also one of my academy students. I've been enjoying that. I've not been listening to them so much recently, but I do like How Do You Write by Rachel Herron. Sometimes listen to The Writer's Well, which is a podcast that Rachel Herron does with another guy whose name I can't remember. And I sometimes enjoy 88 Cups of Tea, although sometimes I find the editing to be a little bit jarring on that show, so I don't always have the patience for it. But yeah, those are a few of them. I think that's it for now. Okay. Steve, it's not rude to ask about anxiety, but do you have a more specific question about that? Let me know, and I'll see. I think I've heard of Writing Excuses as well, actually, but I've not listened to it. I should. Okay, I'm just finishing this up. When I started this stream, I didn't really expect to be taking like a lunch break together, but here we are. Okay. I'm going to put this in the bin. Again, another trip to the toilet. Again, so much tea. And then I'll come back and answer that question. And then we're going to get back to writing. Of course, you don't need to stop writing just because I'm fucking about. I hope you're being more productive than I am. Okay. Okay. Oh, okie doke. Okie doke. That's true. Anxiety is not chill. Okay, I'm gonna super quick just touch on the anxiety stuff. Anxiety entered my life several years ago. It got really bad when I was working in coffee full time because of the pressure of that. Because of my childhood, I've never really felt safe or supported. And so various combination of events and factors contributed to anxiety. The circumstances of my job, the circumstances of my life, also being over caffeinated all the time because I was tasting espresso every day, all day. And that's why I stopped. I actually started spitting espresso that I was tasting for work. I had 2 major panic attacks, both of which I didn't know that they were panic attacks at the time. Went to A&E for both of them, and only much later I started to understand it. Anxiety does not control my life anymore. It's a lot more chill now. It's a lot more mild. It's a lot more manageable. I take CBD oil daily just to help with like muscle tension and stuff when I get a bit anxious. But yeah, so I've made my peace, I guess, kind of with it, and I've not had a panic attack or like really consistent anxiety attacks and stuff in several years now, which is great. I also use a weighted blanket to sleep sometimes, or just when I'm sitting, which helps again kind of bring the nervous system back down. But yeah, it doesn't affect my life in the same way for sure. Anyway, okay, that's all I'm going to say about it. Okay, let's get back to writing. Let's do stuff. Yes. I think I'm going to put my earphones back in. Am I? Yes.
Okay. Right, let's do some freaking work. Let me get my ambience back on. What lo-fi has this trundled along to? Aesthetic lo-fi, okay. That's better. Okay. What the hell was I doing? My pencil's in my hair. Okay. Cool. Do I want to do a sprint or will we keep it free form? Let's keep it free form for now. Ease back into it. Allow me to babble on. Hmm. Ow. Hmm. That's not the right pink. Oh well. I'm definitely getting somewhere now. Just need to bring it all together. Okay. Let's turn this down a little bit. I'm getting on really well. Things are really starting to come together, but I am tired. I've got a headache. I think I need to hydrate. So I may think about wrapping up the stream sometime soon. Fucking hell. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours, you guys. This is wild. Let me catch up. I think there were a couple of questions. The yawns. Bring it again. Ooh, yeah. Loose Leaf Page was asking when the next Story Magic Academy begins. It should be in January, probably the latter half of January. Yeah. Margaret is saying a second writing sprint, and then is like, "This is the same one? Oh my god!" Yeah, we've been at this for a while. Doreen says, "You have worked hard, Rachel. Thank you, thank you. I have. I filled 2 full pages, almost 3 full pages of brainstorming, and this is starting to come together. And I feel like there's like a central metaphor, central relationship that I now get, I now understand. And so it's going to be largely a process of turning this into this and making it more specific in like playing that out in individual scenes. Yeah. Carly has been working on filing my rough notes into a novel bullet journal due to your suggestion. It's helping so much. So glad to hear that. Is that did you join us for the Story Toolkit workshop for that then? Or are you talking about my old journal videos? Yeah, this has been really good. Sometimes a little bit hard to focus while streaming, but I feel like I got into things. So, like I said, I'm planning on doing Nanowrimo. It's been pretty short notice, so who knows how it's going to go. But if I am, I've been thinking about doing more streams like this, because I don't know that. Sorry, Carly says I went to the workshop. Cool. I don't know how it's going to work in terms of videos. So yeah, I've kind of fallen off my normal video schedule, which is usually a new video every 2 weeks. But then I got ill, and then life has just been happening a lot. So I haven't got back to that. And I do have one video lined up that I need to finish. But after that, I don't really have anything. And I think if I'm doing Nano, it's going to be a very busy month. So I've been thinking about just postponing videos and just doing live streams on a semi-regular basis throughout the month. Guess we'll see. Jessica says, "This is my first serious NaNoWriMo, and I'm using my story from the Story Magic Academy." That's great. I'm so excited for you. I think that's going to be great. Yes. Cool. Okay. Is there anything else I want to do or wrap up? yeah, I've like got like a couple of pages here of like different kinds of brainstorming. So I think when I come back to this, it'll be a case of sifting through that and picking out the things I want to use and transferring them into the appropriate places. Okay, here's something we can do together. Obviously, I don't know, like your mileage may vary depending on what you're doing. If you are wrapping up what you're doing or wrapping up a writing session along with me right now, this is when I would go back to my writing journal and look at my entry for today, and just make notes on, make a note of what I did, and also any notes on what I want to do next, because that's the best time to do this, is that like I'm in the middle of it, so like I can see what I want to do next. And that means that when I come back, whenever I come back for my next session, I can see immediately what I want to dive into. So that's what I'm going to do, and then I think we're going to wrap this up. Mm-hmm. Lucy says, do what you need to get your project done. Would the streams all be around the same time? I don't know. I don't think, at the moment, I don't have any kind of regular schedule that I want to stick to. I was thinking of just doing it as and when, kind of on the fly. But that may change. I may decide to make an actual schedule of it. Usually, because of time zones and stuff, I try to do streams in the evening. But so this was a bit different for me, because I started in the morning, which is kind of fun, because I'm at my best in the morning, to be honest. So yeah, I think there would probably likely be a mixture. How do I want to do this? I'm just adding a cute little stamp to my plot embryo just for funsies. How do I want to arrange this? What was I saying? Live streams, times. Yeah, I'll see how I get on, and just kind of what life is like, and I'll probably start with varying it up whenever I feel like streaming and could use the accountability. But yeah, I may decide to make it a more regular schedule. However, is there a way? Yeah, I'm just going to say again, that like if you want to know when I'm streaming, make sure that you click the bell for notifications when I do new videos and stuff. And I guess, oh, this is flipped, of course it is. I will try and, someone said that there was a bit of an issue where my channel was showing up as like for kids, and so they couldn't subscribe, or they couldn't subscribe for notifications. Don't know what that's about. If anyone else has that issue, let me know, I guess, or maybe even shoot me an email if you also have that problem, and I will look into it, because I've not heard of that being an issue from anyone else. And like I said, the only thing I can think of is that my channel somehow was marked as for kids, even though every single video and stream that I do, I specifically do mark it as not for kids, because I swear all the time. We'll see with that. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I've got, you guys can see it if you want. Hold on. I wonder if I can show you this without showing you my scribbles. How's the best way to do that? If I do this. Yeah, like there's a little bat and some little stars. There's going to be a bat character in this story, so I was like, that works. Okay. By golly, I am tired. Okie dokie, everyone. Wow, it's really dark now. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you for joining me. I hope that you had a good time and got some stuff done. I definitely would not have continued to work for this long if I wasn't on stream. So thanks for that. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and I hope that if you, whether or not you are or are not doing NaNoWriMo, I hope I might see you again if I do more streams this month. Yeah, like I said, if you want to know like when they're happening, I don't have a schedule. Make sure that you are subscribed, and then try and subscribe for notifications too with the bell. You can always also make sure that you're signed up to my email list, which you can access on my website, just down at the bottom of the homepage. If you sign up for emails, that's where I tend to notify people of things first. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm glad Jessica says it was, thank you. It was lovely and super chill. That's what we're going for. So I'm glad. Okay. That's it. Thanks, everyone. Good luck. Happy writing. Thank you to Sin and Steve for moderating for us. And yeah, I'm sure I'll speak to you soon. Okay.